Good morning. Hmm. Puts it 10. It's kind of fucking choppy. Someone's buying the 5.15 call. The 20 call. Oh, there's resistance at 20. Hmm. Failed the test at 22. A violent chop. Yeah, it's really choppy. There's a lot of bot puts pretty close to the money at 10. They're kind of dragging price down. It's tough. And then the calls above 20 are sold. So it's an interesting range. Hmm. $57.08 should be supportive. Lower highs on this. Not too much vol selling. SMCI ripping. Did they finally release their financials? Does it affect margin at all? Depends on the fund and their exposure. Some funds benefit from that, right? Tenure is moving up pretty hard, though. If the yield curve reinverts, then yes. Yeah, I saw the JGB. Fucking dollar's up 20 points though, because the euro shit the bed this morning. Fill that downside gap. Still a decent number of bought puts at 10, sold puts at 05, 795. Bought puts at 90. Bought calls at 90. Tell me straight, are we finna peener to 5,800? I don't think so. Somebody's buying in the money puts at 57.50. I think we're gonna chop a lot here though. Doing some more bot puts at 20, but not enough. Plenty of bot puts at 10. Today's probably going to end up being pretty range bound, ultimately. Like we beat on services, missed on manufacturing for PMIs. So that wasn't great. And services still came in lower than the prior month. We have Fed speakers, so they're going to do their thing. I think Goolsby's speaking right now. Many more rate cuts over the next year. Labor market deterioration typically happens quickly. The jobless rate is at levels many consider full employment. Ooh, interesting. Still really fucking gappy. Ooh, NQ's just going nuts. Holy shit, that's volatile. Damn. Someone found some sellers. Fubo is killing my family. Why would the IV bump affect it if it lands in the target range? Yeah, I entered Apple and I have puts on Tesla, like short dated ones, but I haven't sold calls or anything on it yet. Mm. So sold calls here. Profit taking on the call side. Nope. NQ is gonna squeeze more. Jesus Christ. How heavy are the NQ short positions? TLT's drilling. Yeah. 20 years up like 4 points today. So far. Getting a lot of repositioning after the OPEX. New resistance. Bulls weak as shit again. S&P bulls don't seem to be very impressive, but over on NQ is another story. They're fucking really trying to squeeze out that short positioning above 20K. Definitely shaking off some of the bears. Jamie went back under 2150 again. What a piece of shit. Higher low. Hmm. He thought it's a GoEV at 96 cents. I don't know what's the yield on the 30 or 45-day CSB at $1. You mildly bullish this week? Yeah. I mean, I think we can test higher. I feel like we're just gonna get a lot of realized vol crush. Can Intel actually run, or is it just Wall Street bets shilling again? I don't know. Do you like having your analysis done by bag holders? No, I just said analysis. I just got fucking rugged. On what? Were you long NQ? Yeah, okay. YouTube chat needs to be on live instead of switching to top with every action. It switches back so often that I just leave it on top. Any updated thoughts on GoEV? No. There's an in the money put that can be sold. Do you want to sell it? Yes, that's what my port consists of: GME, AMC, Tootsie Roll, and Bobby. Foolproof moon mission. You should get yourself an astronaut helmet. Why are you guys spamming Uwu? Gross. I don't want anything crazy. I just want to retest the fucking trend. Close was 57.62. Yes. Yeah, be good. Let's test that. Hmm. Once again, asking for some dumpies. Bulls are fighting back really hard right here. They do not want to lose this fucking level at all. No support, but they're really trying to pump spot. I think NQ needs to lose like 20,075. There's a downside gap fill. Yeah, there we go. I'll just dump the rest of the way so I can get out of this piece of shit position. Short puts closed at 15. Decent chunk of them, too. A few left. Vol's moving up a bit. Let's go fill all the gaps. Let's fill that gap. It's a nice big fatty. Oh man, the in the money supportive positioning is just disappearing. Where are they all going? Looks like somebody sold a metric fuck ton of the 5650 put. They bought the 30. Huh. Just wants to pull back to the gap so hard. Did NQ have a gap? No. 10. That's the good stuff. Ten isn't very supportive here. So those long puts are. The long puts in the money. Push down to 05 or 5,700. NQ needs to fail the retest at 2075. That might not happen though. While still moving up a little bit. Getting more short puts. There's actually some short calls at 5705. That's weird. Lower high. $57.11.89. Still didn't fill the downside gap there at 55.68. And Q's running into some sellers again. I missed 3% SLD. Gotta be below gamma max or gamma neutral for that though. Q's going ape shit again. Why? Is something in tech just fucking ripping? Like, none of it looks like it's doing that well. Except Tesla? Meta? Like, Microsoft's red on the day. Apple's flat as fuck. NVIDIA looks like dog shit. So is AVGO. Google's barely up. What's driving these insane fucking pumps? I should sell somewhere out here. Huh. And the money synth short. Oh, the money synth long. No, just a bull put spread. Carry trade's been levering up like crazy all morning. It's gone from like 6.5, peaked at 6.7, falling back a little bit under 6.7 right now. And a lot of that on the 3-month end. Forward yield on vols still negative. Yield curves was reinverting for a little bit. Now it's kind of fallen away. Correlation still looks like dog shit. Higher low. I feel like that's gonna break apart and NQ is gonna dump. That's more risk than I'm willing to take. Resistance is still at 20. Gamma flips negative pretty hard at 57.05. So I think that's why it's getting defended so much. Goes from positive 200 million at 710 to negative 1.1 billion at 57.05. And stays negative all the way down. Yeah, well, all the way down. Like 56.35, 30. I would not trade. I would not trade fucking NQ today. I'd imagine everyone there is just getting chopped up. It looks terrible. Hmm. GME calls. Yeah. Just a few. Tested 21.25. Meatball hitting the lid here, but yeah. Seems everything's just a lot more extreme on NQ. So NQ's driving a lot of this. The positioning on SPX is mid. There's just like not a lot going on at spot. So it's all of this chop and volatility is just NASDAQ, like fucking something in tech. I don't know what it is, because nothing in tech looks that crazy. I don't even think Tesla's over $1 trillion in market cap. So Tesla's not doing it. Spazdak. Nice. Russell's doing fairly shitty. Testing 220. RSP is still down 3% on the day, so there's no breadth supporting anything. Looks like YM's starting to fail on this downturn. NASDAQ lost 2100 again. For the fucking fourth time. Things don't get bearish to the downside unless we lose 57.10 though. So you still need quite a drop to squeeze out the short puts, or start squeezing out the short puts. $18 to $15 is a pretty big drop off in delta or gamma. 15 to $10's also really big. So it's like 8 billion drops to about 2 at 15. Then about $250 million at 10. And then negative 1.1 billion at 57.05. Head and shoulders. Just in the EWJ put, how far are you thinking yen can drop? In the short term, I'm not sure. There's still a lot of repositioning going on in the carry, and they're still trying to lever it up, which I think is stupid, but I mean, they don't have to worry about policy normalization for like another month, right? Um, I don't know. I could see yen falling to like USD like 145 again. I don't think it goes much beyond that. Ooh, no gap this time. Nice. Percent would be like 82. There we go. So that's about 4 billion in gamma falling off on the test at 15. Another two and a two and a half, 2.25 falls off between here and 10. Some fucking dip buyers, Jesus Christ. Ooh, we broke the downside trend on NQ. Retest 20. That's another 2.25 billion in Gamma falling off. Gamma flips negative under 210 or 710. So if we lose 710, 5,700, 50, yeah, 5,700 or like 90, 95. Precisely, I think that's like 5708. We lost the, I think we lost the long-term trend here on the daily again. Or well, like the local supportive trend. Is a billion even a real number? Yeah. Big beautiful continuation. I think 5708 we need to lose specifically for shit to fall negative. Or more deeply negative. Like start squeezing short puts. Give me the secret ES long-term trend line DD, please. It's working out. Ew, bounce. Oh, today's going shockingly well despite losing money on all the other stuff. Isn't Tesla gonna go down yet? What the fuck is going on with that? Third test at VWAP. Pick up another put. Oh, what are you doing, GME? Hey, back to even for the day. Nice, that's a good start. Now if it could just go up $3 more, that'd be perfect. Damn, I already picked up like 2 grand today. That's not bad. $22 breakout. That's not GME. Ooh. Yeah, gamma goes up pretty quickly from on a break of 22. Gamma max is 23.96. 22 calls go on the money. We can push for 25. That's squeezy. Fuck you, Tesla. Why is Tesla even up? Tesla got upgrades? Of course it did. They upgraded them on all the revenue they keep losing. Bullish. Keep talking about GME, you're making it pump. I'm not making it pump. The 22 sold calls went in the money. I don't know why the fuck IV is not going up on the contracts I have. Don't you dare. Ooh, ARB's starting to get blown out again. And the tips are coming back. He's gonna have to. And they sold the fucking contract for as low as like 15 cents today. So you're getting almost 100% loss at a test of 30 cents on the 25s. Hmm. Isn't Tesla making batteries in the US? So does Duracell, but they're not worth $800 billion. Elon saw that you wanted to short it. Last time I shorted it, it went down $100. The electric batteries? I don't know, you're gonna put them in your boat? Only if the batteries electrocute the sharks. but Robo-taxi? It, you know what's the most amazing thing in the world? The sheer number of times Elon has lied, been proven a liar, and then people are like, nope, he's telling the truth this time. Tesla bros are some of the most delusional people. Yeah. Yeah, they are. It's tough for me to admit that because in like 2019, 2020, I too was a Tesla bro. I didn't like Elon. I've never liked Elon. I always thought he was a cunt, but I liked the stock a lot. It made people like absurd amounts of money. So it's created it's like the opposite of GameStop, right? Where like everybody on GameStop has sunk cost fallacy. Everybody on Tesla just has like a low cost basis. Super stockers are masochists. Yeah. Tesla's a great buy under 20. Tesla would be a pretty good buy under like 90. They have a lot of assets. Elon's just really good at getting the market to price in a bunch of shit that hasn't happened and never will. Liabilities, you mean? He's gobbling up chips. I haven't looked in a while, but the last time I looked, Tesla had a like debt to equity ratio of 0.19. So it's like their balance sheet's not, I mean, there's a reason they're in the Mag 7. Do they deserve a 68x PE? No. Oh, they're a car company. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Oh, fuck you, GME. It's okay. They're gonna sell Tesla to pay us. I put them somewhere closer to a 20 PE. Even 25, I could wrap my head around. The current price is fucking absurd. And the worst part about Tesla is over time it becomes more and more of a car company, not less and less of one. You really are a Tesla bro? I mean, no, I'm not, because Tesla bros think it deserves 100 XPE. Again, delusional. Ooh, Jimmy's breaking 22 again. Squeeze it, you bitch. Why are you watching GMA? I have a lot of calls on it. Calls and synth longs at 20. I'm doing this fun thing where I watch the candles on the daily chart, which puts your commentary into perspective. Just wait until each Tesla car becomes its own fusion reactor. I'm already long uranium. No matter how low viewer numbers get, the majority of the pickle jar will always be disgusted by GME calls now. Whatever. If you guys don't like money, it's not my problem. GME volume spiked and a shitload of short calls fell off on Friday before a quarterly OPEX, and you didn't want a long GME? The fuck? Just make Carvana go down. But I haven't closed all my calls yet. Can you tell me when you bail on your puts? It's also really awesome because there don't appear to be any super stalkers here on this run. And that's making me extra bullish. That means they got blown up going long some other idiot's data. And now it's running and they don't have any money. Shh, they'll hear you. Whatever. McDonald's pays bi-weekly. Oil, big bear today. Yeah, manufacturing PMIs are down. Not big bear, still holding 70, which is actually pretty good given the recent lows. When will GME IV spike? It should start to spike as the 22 sold calls are squeezed out. They're not squeezed out at $22.12. Let me be clear. We need to move higher for those to actually start squeezing. But if we could hit like 2250, 23, that's gonna start to put some pressure on things. Vana's gonna start picking up. Has anyone ever correlated GME runs with Tesla runs? There's actually some correlation there. Yes, I have in the past. Tesla's another stock that gets hammered by short vol. It's just a lot bigger and way more liquid. You know how I joked about my wife's dad's portfolio and inheriting it? Well, found out something interesting last night. I actually put my wife and I in the will for all those assets after we got married in May. Nice. Nice. Did you quit your job yet? You should take him out for steak dinner every night. Try to get him into video games. Today is exhilarating. Oh boy. My wife's parents' will is why I keep doing this every day. Nice, Brett. T1. I mean, it could persist into tomorrow, but I'd prefer to see it run up to GM today. So I did exactly what you said not to do. Port too small, and I should have one contract. Yeah, but what about 5? Oh, god damn it. But they're calls, right? You went long calls at 57.10? And you're up bigly on 5 contracts? Yes? Oh, okay. Well, that's good. You can't scale out of one contract, though, Kirk. Listen, you guys have all talked to me about your portfolios. None of you have enough money to buy 5 SPX contracts at any given time. Even 15 minutes to expiry. I don't trust the range. Yeah, I fucking wouldn't either. He's out of line, but he's right. $30 15-minute to expiry contracts is the default order. What's Gamma Max on GME? 23.97, I think. Or is it 24? Hold on. I forgot. 23.96. It actually came down a bunch on Friday, which is bullish as fuck. And Gamma Neutral dropped from like 16 down to 14.81. What a weird day. It's like a bullish bear flag. I wonder what Tesla's trying to find up here. Barclays issues bullish delivery forecast. So you know who's long the fucking 250 call. Ooh. Market maker's taking 100% loss on the fucking $25 call. Let's go. I wonder how many 15-cent GME contracts is too many 15-cent GME contracts. Hmm. 4? Yeah, maybe. I still don't get why people don't just do the straddles on QQQ or IQM. Still get the 0 DTE feel, but way less punishing. Yeah, sure, less reward, but at least you get to keep your portfolio for longer. I don't know how the fuck people lose money on straddles. I mean, I do, but I don't. If we did them over the long run, we probably wouldn't. But they're kind of hard to lose money on. They're fairly neutral. Let me show you how to lose money on straddles. I mean, I know how you guys do it. I just don't understand why you do that. It's because the market like opens flat and you're like, ah, fuck. And then it like goes up a little bit and you close the put and then it dumps and you're like, oh no. And then you close the call and it rips. You don't need to day trade them. They're fucking straddles. You just don't close the other side. Wait till the straddle's profitable and close it. I feel seen. Jesus fucking Christ. Stop giving away my trading strat. $57.25. Nah, a lot of resistance still. Maybe if NQ can punch up, SPX could squeeze off the short calls, but there's quite a lot of short calls at 25 and 30. Profit? I'm just here to make milk. Jesus. Pickle Jar is also known for buying theta. Yeah. 15 to 30 minutes of it. You see those cool little spiky boys? Where? Which spiky boys? There's a lot of spiky boys. Leighton Jayhog? Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. The thing we worked on this weekend. Wait, is that somewhere? Oh, yeah. What about it? Are you just trading that? It's cool. Yeah, it is kind of cool. October 4th enough data for a Tesla 245p? I fucking hope so. I have October 27s. It's pronounced Jelcog. Does Pickle Jar membership come with reimbursements for previous trades? If you want to collateralize 100%, 120% of your portfolio for insurance, we could figure something out. I haven't seen Severance. That's like 7 ports. Can I just give you 100% of my portfolio and I'll take 10% of whatever you gain from it? That doesn't sound like fun. Why do I want to trade your $1,000 portfolio? I will literally never bother you again. The GME trend on the 5-minute looks way too straightforward. Yeah, that's That's a good thing, right? Then you'd be like Gherkin Hood, giving money to his pores. I thought I was already doing that. Poor Robin Hood. Every time he gets back to the forest, everyone's just like, "Hey, you know that guy you robbed last week? Can you like do that again?" I am not a football fan. What's wrong with bank? I don't know. Maybe the top end of the curve rocketing's not what banks want to see here. People don't want to be taught how to fish. They just want a big free fish handed to them, prepared with a lemon cream sauce. Selling intraday calls outside the max gamma, same like selling 30, 35 seed and 25 test, then selling more if secret top. But if there's a secret top after the 25 test, your 30, 35s are going to get blown the fuck up. I'm sorry for all the caps. Man, I miss Rims and Tims. He's here somewhere. FSLR was a bluefin tuna. I was just wanting it to be easier to fish. I want to know how to fish, but with dynamite. More pets. Thinking about it. Do I need to refresh this? Awkward. Hmm. Support's getting better. Should I be long SPX here? Actually, that's kind of cheap. Yeah. Was that called cheap because it's oversold? Probably. break above 25. 21, 125. 20, 125. Hmm. When live data on GS, we're working on it. Getting close. We actually have a new feature that we're gonna be trying to push this week. Gamma Strike is a steal. Nice. Are you having some success with it? How's it going for you guys? Not well. Well, you don't count Cobra. Yeah, still only for pigeon whales. Did I not get a fill? What the fuck? So the 25 goes in the money. Gamma goes up to 15 billion. Then 18 billion at the 30 test. Some of the short calls at like 25 are closing out or have closed out, but there's still some long puts that are holding things back a bit. So upside range is about 40, 35, 35, yeah, 35 to 40 before we run into any major resistance. Still getting quite a lot of bot puts at 50. That doesn't look great. Keep the higher low and push up. A little bit more positive interest at 25. Things are getting slightly more bullish to the upside. You have to use a browser instance and then the app. So you can log into a different WeBull account on the browser instance. Nice layout on the Gamma Strike website, although I find it difficult to read. My eyes follow the color circling the text boxes. Okay, nice. Hopefully we're gonna improve the contrast and stuff a bit with the next iteration. You can log into the same account also. I haven't used my secondary WeBull account in a long time. I wonder if I have money in there. I say it's done with downs for the day. The downside has gotten quite supportive. So probably, yeah. After our last like low test at 710, quite a lot of bullish support built up. It would probably be pretty hard for us to lose 57.20 here. Maybe later in the day if there's some profit taking at those strikes. But so far we haven't moved up enough for that. NQ breakout to 2150. Wonder if that'll be as violent as 2100 was. I don't know why they don't just index NQ by like 10. They just divide by a factor of 10, so you don't have to say 20,121. How far up is the stream account? 23,327. If this shit breaks out to 30, you might hit 25. Oh, and it'd probably be nice if Nikkei would crash, Tesla would go down, GME would fucking go up. Dragging on my profitability, you piece of shit. Oh, filled. Alright. Still holding 22. 22 acted as support, too. I feel like that's a good thing. Forward at 15 and 20. Yeah, 25 is a struggle. But every push up is still shaking out some of the short calls to the upside. Some profit taking. Q got a new low. $20.94.25. High was 21.26. A little bit of momentum on that rejection. Ooh, never mind. Water slide. Yep. Upside gap though. 20. I just want Buffett to come out and say he sold all of his Apple stake on Friday. Is another day to announce anything, right? I just want to say you're the glaze to my donut. Thanks, Kendra. A loss of 15, things get bearish. Hmm. Am I getting any put buying? Still just 20, 25. Hmm. 15 still the last line of support here. Watch out, Jimmy broke up. RC's about ready to issue more shares. The short calls should be starting to squeeze on GME. Getting close to 2250. It's gonna start like the 20 and 22 short calls are what we'd be looking for to squeeze off. I'd push up Vana at like 23, 24, 25. Gives it a little bit of range. Maybe like 2750 at the peak. You say sort of relief rally on GoEV in the near term, or we need some proof of manufacturing. I think they're still pretty far away from any kind of proof of manufacturing. There's been some just general selling over the last like week or so. Not a lot of it, but some, which is putting some downward pressure on the price. You're hoping that the GME move takes place today, right? Ideally, yeah. That would be preferable. But it could push out into tomorrow. I probably wouldn't want to be in calls beyond tomorrow. Unless we like broke 25 or something crazy. Or closed above 25. You think RC just saw AA completely drain the AMC people and was like, why am I even trying to turn this company around? And now he's quiet quitting. I think someone just eventually told him, like, why aren't you just doing what Adam Aaron's doing? Adam Aaron, the CEO of Stock God, he squeezed a lot of money out of that turd. All it took was one conference call with no pants. I mean, the writing was on the wall. He was literally there in shorts. I wonder how bullish it is that it failed to fill the gap. I don't like that. Someone bought some puts at 57.20. More puts? Gross. Got any Fed speakers or anything coming up here? Richmond Fed? No. 3 and 6 month auction was at 11:30. Kashkari speaks at 1 o'clock. Bid to cover on the 6 month was 3.42, 40.66% at the high, 40.27. 3 month was 4.54. The bid to cover of 2.84. 50% of the bid at the high. Ugh. Oh no. That's not good. Neat little red candle. Yeah. Well, if we don't regain 57.15 here, that's pretty bad. Gamma's nasty down here. But this might just shake off some of the long puts that were at and in the money. Still a shitload of support to the downside at 05. Getting big old 20-point candle on NQ. Kashkari speaks at 1, yeah. Twenty 2040. Hmm. 1216. Okay. Pulling back above 10. Need to regain 15. It does. Are any of the puts shaken off? No, a little bit. What chances would you put on SPX losing 5,700? It seems pretty unlikely. It could. If it did, it would be disastrous because there's nothing down there but short puts. But there's a lot of support at like 56.95 through 57.05. Above like 57.13, gamma starts to turn more positive. By 15, it's positive by 2 billion. On a test of 20, it's positive 11. And then it goes 14, 15 after that, up to 57.30 where it peaks. So the range from like 15 to 25 is really easy to push through to the upside, but 25.30 is rough. Actually, 20 to 30 is rough. I'm gonna average down that call. I might. Not yet. Hmm. Did you say the price target for Oxy was 37 during the stream? No, I said if it fell that low, I would buy a bunch. That's like the next major downside support if it were to lose 50. We'd probably have to see oil fall to like 60 or 50 a barrel for like an extended period of time though. Hmm. 57.10 puts are bought still. Getting some short vol coming in. 56.05, 56.15, 57.05, 57.15. Sorry. Why does Carvana look bullish? Why are you shorting it? Said it was too soon. It's a lot of positive gamma building at 57.15. $20 is still big resistance though. MQ gonna break back to the upside of VWAP here. in the money put selling on SPX to the upside. $33 minutes till Kashkari speaks. I see where you sleep in sometimes. Options are on sale. Yeah, that's nice. I don't really sleep in. I'm just been busy in the mornings. I'm usually up. Like, I'm up in time to start the stream. I'm just managing shit. You should sleep in, maybe. Cheap. Negative gamma building to the upside. Hmm. Downside gap got filled. It's another higher low. Higher low, higher high. Gonna need quite the push to break up. What did you do Saturday? You sound like a white girl wasted in the Discord. I got wasted. No, I didn't. A little tipsy. I don't know, I just went out and did stuff. Okay, some profit taking on the in the money puts. Gamma to the upside's turning more positive. A decent chance of a bounce back over 57.15 here. And then if bulls get back 57.15, they've got a foothold again to pressure 25. Yeah, I don't think the Bears have won yet. Little head and shoulders there. Left a gap at 11. Let's not fill that. 2075 is resistance. Still higher low on NQ. Start selling more in the money puts here. Flipper puts if we break the long-term trends. What on NQ? Could be good. Hmm. Interesting. Game is getting quite positive to the upside, but a little weaker at 57.05. NQ's trying to hold support at 20,050. Kashkari speaks in 20 minutes. These bot puts at 10 are just ruining everyone's day. Little momentum reversal. But it still looks bearish as fuck on the longer dated positions. Hmm. Hmm. Low test of the intraday was 05. Hmm. 'Christ, can we get a bounce? Very tough. There's a lot of resistance at 10. The bulls are trying really, really fucking hard to build support here, but there's in the money puts that are problematic. Ten minutes to the Kashkari speech. almost filled the gap. Oh no, we did fill the gap. Need more sold puts, and we need to break above 15. Bid ask at fucking 20 and 15 is going crazy. Another fucking gap. I suppose at this level, it's risky to let it slip to 5,700 in hopes bears take profit on the 5710s. We'd probably only need to test like 705 to shake out some of the bears. Although 5,700 would shake out more of them. I think a lot of the bears are just piling in because we're so close to the gap fill. But so far, I mean, it's not really working out, right? They're just pushing down gamma at spot, which is keeping price here, but it's not pushing us much lower. Like, they're not taking out of the money bearish positions. All of the bearish positions are in the money at 15, like 10, 15, and 20. Not even 15, really just 10 and 20. So more shorting of the breakdown than shorting for a breakdown. Like they're not trying to push us into the sold puts or anything. Probably because they don't want the bulls to sell more puts. Because I have a feeling if we hit like 5,700 or 5,695, the bulls are gonna sell a shitload of puts. Also, NQ weakness isn't really helping out here. Short-term correlations starting to come down again, but the 3-month hasn't turned around yet. Leverage on the carry is picking up a little bit, but the dollar declined from where it was earlier. Now it's down against the yen. The auctions weren't great. It's not a lot of liquidity on the front end of the curve. Kashkari is usually pretty hawkish, so it could be that they're just betting on that. Hmm. Short pressure at 57.20 is starting to fall off. So now it's just 10 holding this down. And MQ. YM's starting to move a little bit positive. ES and NQ are still flat. Kashkari starts speaking now. This is clearly what they were waiting for. Ooh. 15 and 20 are getting a lot more positive. Is it starting to trim back at all? Not much. Brett, thank you so much, man. You got rims and Tims. Look at you go. What a slow and insidious grind down. Yeah, it's been annoying. Finally found some buyers, though. Let's see if they keep it up. Bears are kind of still fighting to hold 57-10. Still no strong moves on NQ. fuck out of the money. Welcome back to Dillionaire Rooms and Tombs. You finally got your coupon. He's just doing a live Q&A. This is barely a speech. Yeah. Nothing quite like holding calls with zero confidence in the Bulls. Yeah. Well, I mean, I have confidence that the Bulls are trying to rebuild the positioning they lost on Friday, but they're not doing it fast enough. I'm so proud. Rims and Tim's pulled himself up by his bootstraps. Can Jimmy still squeeze to 25? Yeah. Technically, you could squeeze to 27. We got FG this time, Brett. Thank you so much. Welcome, FG. Give Brett a big thanks for hooking you up. Is 25 out of the money calls the kind of risk management you want us to learn? No. Rules for thee, not for me. Is Kashkari finally done running his fucking mouth? Is he saying bad things about Jobs? He needs to shut the fuck up. Ooh, Bulls are going even longer, the 15 strike. We're gonna try for the bounce. Where's our V? I don't even want a lot. I just want the contract to retest like $7. I don't think that's ridiculous. Pick up a cool 17,000. Can we close that gap first? Fuck your puts, Brett. Yeah, but I honestly think VIX is climbing on short calls closing. It looks like the short calls at 15 and 20 are shutting down a little bit. I'm 5'4". Give me something in life. Can you do something crazy and go to 50 contracts? Dork isn't here. Oh, Dork. Come on, bust through 10. Let's go. Where's the dip buyers on tech? This is a 40 bip intraday drawdown. Do they know they're never going to see this kind of discount again for the rest of their lives? I ain't gonna lie, I hope you lose all your money. I don't care. Oh, hey, Dork. What's up, man? What are those things at the top of your position? Nothing. Just, just numbers. It's kind of like weed in here. That's what it is. You've smoked too much weed. Just ignore the things you see. You're running through the forest. Was Kashkari done? I have no idea. I assume not because the market hasn't moved. The Bears were probably like, listen, Cash, you got to come out and say 3 bad things, and then you can say 5 good things. Very little about policy. I really wish the Fed wouldn't come out and offer their opinion on education. Because why? I think we test 57.20 today again. If we get above 57.10, we can. Although 57.10 is a massive resistance. So is 5705 support. So it's they're both roughly equivalently large. We're just stuck here until someone trips. Or we get some futures buyers or sellers. I'm not even that bullish. I just want us to move back to where the positive gamma is. It's not like I want this to run to like 5750 end of day or anything. Although that would be cool. Is that possible? No, it's highly unlikely. 35 is possible. 40 maybe. But those are really outlandish. We probably won't get to the upside of 25. Like, we'd have to squeeze off a lot of calls. And given that we can't get over the tiny little hump in puts at 57.10 right now, I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, shit. Shake him off. Fucking limp dick bulls, man. Did you call them dickholes? I did not. RRP up again. Yeah, I know. Which really isn't great news for equities. Gets over 2075, more bullish. Hmm. Just 11. U.S. sending troops to Middle East amid escalation. Fed's Kashkari. I expect small steps going forward for the Fed. Half-point cut in this meeting does not lack in a cadence for future cuts. Risks the labor market have increased, possibility of broader weakness. 71 counterparties, 380.37 billion at the Fed. Hmm. Ooh. That looks kind of good. Momentum's starting to shift. Dow's starting to move up a little bit. So is breadth. RSP is up 6 points on the day now. Still a little bit afraid of selling vol near spot, which might be actually helping them a bit. Jesus fucking Christ. I think it was a bad bet. No. Just slow. Really, really fucking grindy. Wearing down this resistance is not going quickly. It's starting to wear down. It's down from like 750 million to like 688 now, but it's not going quickly by any means. Once it's worn down, it'll rip a little more quickly, usually. Or we just get another rejection and it goes right back up again. We still have like a solid out of the money ramp up to 25-30. Jimmy looking limp. Should be back now. YouTube just dumped me. Is there a number you'd expect it to get speedier to the upside? Yeah, if we break 57.15, we can start to move really quickly. The biggest risk to the calls I bought is not that we don't move up. It's or well, it's not that we go down. It's that we don't move up. We just get stuck at like 57.10 for the rest of the fucking day. But there's a lot of the day left, so I think we're gonna see more repositioning. And it's likely that that repositioning will be bullish given the enormity of the downside support. momentum starting to turn a little bit more positive. And that's across the indices, not just SPX. Longer run momentum's getting more positive. Forward returns are picking up. So there's a lot of impetus to push higher. And if the 25 contract breaks to the upside of like 343, it's going to start squeezing out, and there's a lot of short calls that piled into that contract. And they may even start taking profits on a break of 15. So see that usually that's when premium expands really rapidly. Do you de-risk when you get close to cost basis? Probably, yeah. Depends on how fast we move up. We could get like a big breakout, in which case I might not. But I will be scaling out of it because it is this is oversized. It's definitely oversized for this account by a lot. This is near the limit of what you can scalp intraday on SPX reasonably without experiencing just metric fuck tons of slippage. Still haven't shaken off all the interest at 57.10. Some of it, though, is trimmed down. Gamma at spots getting very close to positive, or is positive already. Yeah, it is positive. There's still resistance at 15, though. This is a higher high. But not on NQ. Yeah, not on NQ. Bears are coming in at VIX 16 to short calls. It's the second time they've done that. Ooh, fuck. Slipped right back down to the 10s again. God, that's annoying. Oh, no gap. And they caught the knife, so we'll see. Definitely not a bear trap, though. At least not yet. $3 billion. Does it look like all the volume on GME call weeklies are sold? The 25s and the 20 are pretty heavily sold. Like the 22s, 23s, 24s, those are, I think, like net long. Most of the major strikes on GME are usually sold calls, or the majority sold calls. Fucking Christ. No, I filled the gap in the same candle. There's still a downside gap from this morning, but we got support above that again earlier. Forgot what card wishing was. No. I don't know what GME is gonna do. Staying above 22 is probably bullish. Closing above 22 is definitely bullish. Looks like it's still holding 22. NQ is still really weak. What should I eat for lunch? I don't know. What do I want for lunch? That's a good question. I am feeling a bit peckish. I'm thinking sushi. Ooh, nice. Okay. Like a roll or straight up sushi? You want to get worms? From what? I don't think I've ever seen you eat pizza on stream in 30 years. I've definitely eaten 3+ years. I've definitely eaten pizza on stream. From sushi? What? Where the fuck have you gotten worms from sushi? Sounds like Midwest talk. I mean, there's worms and fish, but like you're not like they're not gonna serve you that. Also, the fish they use for sushi they deep freeze, which kills everything in it. I saw it gets a sushi at the gas station. I always ask for no worms. Oh, she's fucking bears and stop selling the call I bought. This is rough. It's grindy. 5710's trimmed back to negative 500 million though. So down from like 3/4 of a billion. It's starting to smooth out. How about a higher high here? How about we don't bother with more consolidation? Ugh, gross. I don't have a choice. I will not perforate the line. I need the shit to bust out. I don't need it to trickle over resistance. Are you into any cybersecurity? I was long crowd for a while. You kind of missed the boat on it, don't you think? Higher high? Not yet. Is it? Maybe. No, it's not. And we left a fucking gap. But VIX managed to get below 16 without the 725 contract getting shorted back into the dirt. So that's kind of nifty. I just want my contract to 7x in value. Why is that such a big ask? Would somebody buy some fucking tech stocks already? Don't they know about Microsoft buying a power plant? And ChatGPT's changing their logo. That's got to be worth at least another trillion. If Bulls manage to walk this about 57.15 and you're short, you're gonna get fucked. How bad do you want it? I can buy a put to send this thing straight up. I appreciate the confidence in reversing you. Or inversing yourself. How about whining and dining me first? Ooh. Shit, real good. Holy fuck, they've started shorting vol again. Not a lot of it, though. Come on, let's get VIX to 15 by end of day. What is this bullshit? Ooh, some Giga Chads coming in here and selling the 57.30 put. That guy's got fucking balls of steel. He's got somebody else's money. Yeah, probably. Ooh. Negative gamma 5710 is now down to 290 million. It's almost half of where it was a few minutes ago. I sent DM for you to show people on stream. It's a very accurate representation of the current market. Ooh. MQ's kind of trying to do a thing. That's cute. Yeah, find some fucking buyers. How about that? Best I could do is more sellers. Out on the daily, tech really does look like shit. Yeah. Their return to normal is fraught with danger. Gamma strike as well, yet it won't fail. I mean, a lot of the reason this is so shitty is that like all of the bullish gamma and delta around spot fell off really hard on Friday. And so they're rebuilding a lot of those positions, but until they're stabilized, the market's really weak. And in reality, they should really let things pull back if they want to push, higher than like 57.30 or 57.50. That's apparently not what they want today, though. Re? $57, $16, $25. Oh, squeezy, squeezy. More of that. I'm gonna get rejected so fucking hard, probably. $12 million positive gamma and a break of 15. $20.25 is a pretty easy test from there. Ooh. NQ breaking up above 20.075. Just a little bit, but on its way to getting a reversal. Problem is the reversal's all the way up at 21.25. Like a full reversal. Jimmy kind of looking good. Well, that's a good sign. Some short vol pulled back there. It's just like a tiny bit of profit taking. I don't think that's going to make a huge difference. $20.25. Puts at 15 are sold. We need more short vol. Like a lot more. $20.08. Hmm. 2 o'clock now? just pushing up a little bit. Higher low on a pullback here. Pulled back so we can push higher. Maybe. We still have positive gamma here. We haven't slipped back into the negative gamma. And 5710 is actually 5710 is positive now too. That's also gonna make things a little bit more slippery. Positive 10 million. So shook off, well, maybe the last of that bearish positioning at spot. Pull back to get bears to capitulate. We'll see. If they start closing short calls, that's going to be pretty indicative of a push up. But that's what it'll take for us to push any higher than like 57.20 would be the short calls shaking off. They should. I mean, they're really profitable. They should take some profits. It seems pretty obvious that there's support here. NQ looks like I found a little bit of support above 20.050. Complete the inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute. Push up to 2100 or 2125. They should hold them until they get squeezed out. Well, I mean, if we go up, that is them squeezing out. Like that's what taking profits will be. Or you mean like really just sitting them regardless of the price? I don't think they will. Some will get out, some will get squeezed if that happens. Full bore. You just want them to be as over leveraged as you are. They are taking profit on the 25 and the 20. I know because I have too many of both contracts. I assume if the 20 and 25 pick up any delta here, we're gonna rip because who the fuck wasn't buying them at $1? Jesus Christ, Gherk, 25-0 DTE calls. Yeah. And He's teaching us to fish. Nuke said to fish with dynamite. I'm tired of the account balance being at like 24k. It's 17k or bust, right? What do I need this piece of shit to go to? God, I'm gonna need these to go like $4 in the fucking money. My profit potential is infinite. If we can test 40, I make 32,000. Easy, right? I think Kenny wants that to happen. He's the one buying all the fucking calls these cucks are selling. NQ is gonna need to sprout some wings. Yeah. Yeah, and most of the buyers are on NQ are above 20, like 20,090. So it needs to move up a bit higher. Or at least they were earlier. They might be even further up now. Oh, look, a spike in vol. Someone short it. Ah, it's the wrong people. Just, no, don't fill the bear gap. Gross. You're selling intraday calls and puts outside of peak gamma? Usually. Why? I know that means, but apparently you make bank. It's okay. Oh god, she said she doesn't know what it means. I thought Jen had transcended and left me in the dirt. I deserve to be left behind with that spelling. Kenny sold 70% of his Nvidia position. So did Jensen. No, I'm kidding. He's only sold like 15% or something. He has a lot. It's like a fucking hour for like $1.50 in price improvement. Hmm. Yes, 57.90. Would be, it'd be like a 57.30 test. We did make a new intraday high after the pre-market high. We have higher lows, 3 consecutive higher lows in the 15-minute on ES. So ES needs to break above 57.77.50. If it does, we can get a 57.90 25 test. 57.91. Hmm. Gamma moves up to 2 billion and then 3 billion. 20 and 25. Twenty's resistance. So we need to like gap 20 again. But we're gonna need a shitload of volume. Is it a 1 cent gap? And Q breaking out of consolidation. ES is picking up a little volume here. Okay. Need a couple more bucks. Starting to squeeze out the sold calls. 20 a little more so than the 25, but both are starting to bid to cover. Just need that to stay consistent. Break out from the consolidation. Son of a bitch. I'm gonna do this again. Ooh, they shorted ball really hard on that drop. The spreads are getting so wide on the upside moves here. Is that what makes gaps? Yeah, it can. Nvidia's starting to break up a little bit. Maybe that'll start to drag the rest of tech along with it. Google looks like garbage, but higher low. Amazon's doing pretty good. Apple kind of still looks like shit. So we're gonna pump Nvidia back to 120 and get this shit on the road. Even 18 would be sweet. Hmm. Slapped again. Yeah. The Bears actually fighting back. They've sold an enormous amount of calls that they really don't want to close. But if we get above 57.20, charm shifts against them, and they'll have to start closing. Otherwise, that in the money delta will start going to 1 and start squeezing them out. They've even sold calls here at 15, so I mean they put a lot of effort into pitting the price at 57.10, and now that we're above 57.10 and there's no more negative gamma there, things are a bit more problematic. So as more and more puts get sold out of the money, it's going to pressure the short calls out that are out of the money. And currently the trend is slightly more put selling than there is call selling. Just not enough yet. Generally, when both sides like of the near the money puts and calls are oversold, one of them ends up kind of squeezing off a little bit. Not always. Sometimes spot just gets pinned, but I would say more often something breaks. Yeah, and because of the sold call positioning so concentrated, a squart here could be intense. The sold puts are far more evenly distributed down the chain, but like all the sold calls are between 20 and 50. Sold puts are pretty much every strike from 57.15 down to like 56.40. So their positioning's a lot more stable. That's why the upside pressure seems so smooth and like consistent, and the downside pressure is really jerky. Head and shoulders. Gross. So you're saying there's a downside ramp? Only if we were to squeeze it, which would be really tough. There's an upside ramp too, and it's far steeper. Neckline's a retest of 11.
Oh, god damn it. Another one of these 3 years of failure to cancel. Happy anniversary. I can't remember a time before we were doing this. I'm scared. Hold me. Thanks, Dave. Yeah, you just got a speech tonight, I think. 1 a.m. or something. So am I a degen if I YOLO a few more 5725C? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, there's a distinct possibility that that makes you a degenerate. Okay, so the bear flag broke down and might be finding support here. Right, failed, recovered, head and shoulders broke down, support was found. 57, 14, 46. Hmm. That's not good. It's gonna cross over and sell off again. Minutes. Hmm. Two. 0.
Three.
Hmm. Another 5 minutes. $250. Power hour pump? Maybe. Someone's still selling the 57.30 put. That's a lot of short ball piling in on the breakdown. Trying to pile in. Hmm. Are still long. Maybe I blacked out for a second. What happened? Oh, absolutely nothing. Yep. It was like extra nothing, though. Need to push up more to get charm positive. Okay, that crossover was pretty uneventful. Distribution under VWAP on NQ. I'm not really sure. It was distributive earlier. This looks like it's found some support. Still a lot of sellers at like 20,080. It needs to break 2090 to pick up buyers. Which is still quite a move from spot. We either close here or something dramatic happens. Pretty much, yeah. Well, if it starts pushing above 57.15, it starts squeezing the sold calls. That's why it's having such a tough time. But it is consistently testing those levels. And if just some of the sold calls collapse, it'll loosen it up and momentum will carry it higher. They may not. Their positions are pretty entrenched. Bulls have a tiny bit of an edge because of the charm, but it's very small. You do speech today. Markets ignore it. I mean, as long as he just says they still plan to normalize, then I don't think it changes anything. And at a steady pace consistent with their inflation targets. Still bullish on GME, as long as it's holding above 22. Turns out stops are sometimes a good idea. On occasion, yeah. One sec.
Hmm. $17.50, 18. Hmm.
Hmm. The battle is real. Yeah. Hmm.
Echo Ever Sky put their pickle in my jaw. Top ramen gang.
Yeah,
No
still
reason,
can't
just
break
wanted to feel alive. Top ramen
57.75.
now on sale for 2 for 3.
Still positive gamma. Very, very positive. Top ramen gang, no reason, just wanted to feel alive. Top ramen now on sale, 2 for 3. Still can't believe they doxed Gurk's real name on member stream yesterday. Giovanni Fontana. Yep. It's embarrassing. Market makers expected move to the upside was 28 today. Still fighting for positive on the hourly candle here. Maximum upside range by close is 37.
This isn't even relevant.
Given AI and data centers need for energy, other than uranium, what are energy plays? You can buy into utility companies near large data centers or regionally exposed to large data centers. How boring. Still support at 15. Just the high earlier today was 23. Power hour. Yeah. Still no fucking volume on anything though. Apple dumps. Yeah. Microsoft's not doing too hot either. Nvidia's doing okay. Might not be enough to offset Apple. Maybe Buffett really is dumping. Could be. Ugh. Lower high would suck. Just kept buying more of them. GoEV's been $1 for like a week or two now. I think bears know they've got it. Do they though? It doesn't take a lot for them to get blown up still. and the charm is supporting the bull's shitty 52 or 57.15 position, which is gonna make it easier to push up as time wears off. I mean, they probably will, but there could be a moment where it slips. And then they'll sell a bunch more calls, and it'll get crushed back, probably down to like 15 or 10 again. You need to defend it for. They need to defend it for more than 30 more minutes. 42. It's not that easy, believe it or not. They don't have, like, the Bears don't have great positioning here. They're really over leveraged, but their positioning is, I mean, it's all right at spot. If they lose the 20 or even worse the 25 call, they're in a really bad position. And I know it seems miles away, but it's not. It's $3. And the short put positioning is now like at 10.05 and 5,700 is now almost larger than the call positioning at 20 and 25. Also, don't forget the market makers long all those sold calls. I'm starting to pick up a little bit there. About ES. $57.75.50. $57.75.75. That's a break of 20. 730 or only 20 cents. Mm. The 20 is starting to get bought back quite a bit. Ooh, 2 more ticks, yes. It's 77.50. $2.26. Are you still buying packs under 12? Yeah. Rug. Stop loss hunting. Ooh. Neat. Need to short vol a bit more. Shouldn't be a major event vol this week, right? GDP final. What's Jamie doing? 2240. Let's have 15 in the money. They just need to get 20 in the money. So 20, 21. I don't think we need to get 21. 20 might be just enough. More short vol. little further. Test 15. Downside's getting slipperier too. If that synthetic short at 50 were to take profit, I wonder what would happen. A bit of a deep pullback. Oh shit. A little bit higher high. So close. That's the gap fill. That only took fucking 3.5 hours. Jimmy's still above $22. Squeeze the fucking short calls. Still no NQ pump. Although there is an inverse head and shoulders on the 5 minute. It was not broken up. Ooh, the 25 and 30 calls pulled back. How much volume was that? 1,500 of them? It's still got to shake off the 20s. Oh, yeah. Nice. Next big resistance is 30-35. This is still resistance though. We haven't broken through yet. We're breaking through and we're starting to squeeze some of the short calls. That also means vol's going to pick up quite a lot, and the chance of us slipping this level is going to increase. They increase the size of the synth short there. Support at ES 75. Maybe. Still need more volume. Why the fuck are there sellers up there? Deep pullbacks.
Hmm. Fucking piece of shit. Hmm. Fucking bulls. Yeah. Pulled all the way back to that like secondary support, which is not great. It's 15 minutes left. NQ fucking fell back to 20,050. ES pulled back to 57. Gross. 20 in the money. They haven't gotten 30 yet. They almost got a reversal here, though, which is fucking impressive. Still need to get above ES 57, 78, 75. Draw a straight line to 30. I mean, that's what they're aiming for. I'm pretty sure. Bunch of the deeper out of the money sold calls pulled back on that bounce. But the ones at spot are still strong. It's gonna be hard to squeeze them out. Fucking trying though. If they get the 20 in the money, that charm's gonna start working against the bulls. It's really bad for them. That's exciting. That's way too big of a drawdown. Futures is not tracking with that. Reversal again. Selling 20. Squeeze out those 25s they just sold.
minutes left. Might not be. Nope, not enough. Five minutes left. Should have been at this test 2 hours ago. Yeah, it's gonna hold 57.75. Probably. Just might not get the high test until after close.
That was not my door. Fucking 95, really? Oil down, Oxy up. I wonder if Buffett's risk appetite is peaked. I mean, there's got to be a point in the next, like, $5 of downside on Oxy where Buffett buys in. He would need it pretty substantially lower to average his cost basis. A fucking brick wall. Jesus Christ. Dang, dang. Gah, yeah. Okay, so it was at 25K this morning. Now back to 18. Lamb. It's gonna fucking move up overnight too, and I'm gonna be super pissed. GME tips still contracting. They haven't crossed over yet, but they're pulling closer together. Arbitrage is staying okay. It didn't pick up a lot of arb today, but a little bit. That'll probably get cleared out in the overnight, and then maybe it's got a chance to break 2250 and hold. 2250 is like an old resistance, so I'm not surprised we're running into some trouble there. But it looks pretty bullish otherwise. Liquidity is getting kind of thin. Vol's picking up, so short vol's pulling back. Doesn't look too bad. Still got room. One standard deviation's out at about 2750. So I'm gonna retest that back to the upside. S&P really unfortunately closing 20 points below the what the market maker had priced in for the intraday high, and very unfortunately exactly where I thought it would end yesterday, which is fucked. Yeah, this really isn't very impressive. I mean, we failed to retest the all-time high this morning, and again in the afternoon with a lower high. Like, we got a little bit of ground for the day, but not very much. And the downside's still kind of weak. There's a lot of sold puts there, and bears and bulls are both repositioning, but it would appear that the bearish positioning was quite a bit stronger. Well, it wasn't that it was stronger, they just kept doubling down on it. So they're pretty insistent on the trading range that we're in. If futures rejects here at the lower high,
probably a pullback to like 57.55, and then that may not act as a support a third time. And we could fail it and fall to 57.30, which would be like SPX 56.75 ish. Dollar picked up a bit into the back of the day, not enough for bulls to gain enough leverage to squeeze out the short calls, but a bit. Yields at the top end of the curve continued to slide higher, although they did give up most of their gains for the day. Correlation continued to push down, but we didn't see any meaningful gains in NQ. Even here in after hours, it's still struggling with 20.075. Leverage on the carry trade picked up into the back half of the day after falling off sharply in the mid-afternoon, mostly on the 6 and 10 year. Forward yield on volatility remains quite negative, although the yield curve is pulling back a bit and starting to move closer to re-inversion. Bond vol, not really much. I mean, it had a lot of intraday volatility, but ended the day flat. Skew pulled back from the all-time high last week, and is now at 165.75, which is still insanely high historically, but a little less than the prior move, and that may translate into a larger move over the next like couple of weeks. I already did the GME tips. 69.78% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, and correlation between VIX and cash VIX is continuing to rise and getting just a bit over last Thursday's peak, and starting to move up a little closer to the correlation that we saw in early August. So we may be due for a larger or an outsized move in VIX, pricing in 0.78 rate cuts into January of 2024. This is up a little bit today on the back of PMIs not being so hot. Services PMI was fine, but manufacturing contracted more than expected yet again. GME going for it in after hours. Oh, nice. Yeah, see, I told you if it broke 22.50, it'd be good to go. They'll resolve some of that ARB in the after hours trading, but if it holds 22.50 into open, that'll open up its like 20, 25, 27.50 test. Don't get so excited about after hours moves. They're not that interesting. It's mostly just due to wide bid ask and the hedging. A lot of that can just trim out, or it'll just like end up flat overnight. For tomorrow, I think if ES fails here and it's unable to get a higher high, like well, really, if it can't regain the trend, which would almost be a test of the all-time high, then yeah, we can see a failure and a pullback through 5,700 tomorrow. Weakness in the middle of the week's going to be a bit odd. We don't have a super bullish setup here on the daily. Like we left a big gap behind at 56.18, and we got like on the gap up, we got an all-time high, but we haven't revisited it, and volume's been falling off. So the chances of this failing after consolidating for a period of time is really high. And you know, that failure is probably just gonna go back to like the EMA 30, maybe, or at least fill the gap. I would say if it lost the 30 or the 50 to the downside, that would be really bearish, and that could like put us on track for like a more substantial correction. But if it found support at like 56.18, 56.15, and we started to accumulate more short vol in that range, I would expect us to push out and up to a new high after that pullback. So keep an eye on that. It's more important for risk management. Like, you just don't want to like long far dated puts if we're above like the EMA 30, right? It's and you probably wouldn't want to short multiple days on end unless we like lost the 50. I do hate PayPal, but how's it looking? It seems to be breaking out a bit. I don't hate PayPal, I just think it's a value trap. What I hate is people speculating on PayPal for the last 3 years and not making any money. Yeah, it's starting to get some accumulation. That could fail back again to like the 67 level. But they're doing all right. It doesn't look bad. Their earnings are slightly improving. Their margins are not. They just don't have anything innovative or new. There's nothing in this space, right? And then like they have a lot of competition. There's like Stripe and Square and fucking Amazon Pay and Google Pay and Apple Pay, and you know, PayPal was really successful when they were the only one, but they're not anymore. And they don't really have any advantage over any other payment providers. Is Jimmy offering complete add to bullishness? It could if it's done. I don't know. Is it done? Did they announce that they completed it? Are you just gonna ignore MOASS? I have calls. I mean, what do you want me to do? $400 million? Oh, okay. Don't close them. Like, I can't. It's after hours. It doesn't change my price target. I got out of the 57.20 calls for a little bit of profit. Fucking like 50 cents a contract, so that trimmed down some of the losses on the 25s, but not much. Also made like $3,000 this morning. So not that bad of a day. But still massive drawdown. There was only like one opportunity really to cut those, and it wasn't that good a one. And the potential to squeeze those was worth it. Just a little too late, which happens. They raised 400 million. Okay, cool. Oh, that should drive some covering, maybe. Would have been the comeback story of the century. I've had options print from deeper in the hole than that. That's not how that works. More hits than misses. Yeah. All right. I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Everyone have a good night. Later.